Welcome, dear friends, to this special springtime evening. Thank you for choosing to spend these precious moments with us. As the gentle breeze whispers outside, let's allow our imaginations to drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. It's time to embrace the tranquility of this spring night, inviting relaxation and peaceful dreams. Snuggle up, let go of your worries, and let the gentle narration and soothing sounds carry you away to a place where comfort and wonder await. Story 1. Story 2. Story 3. Story 4. Story 5. Story 5. Story 6. Story 6. Story 7. Story 7. Story 8. Story 8. Story 9. Story 9. Story 10. Story 10. Story 11. Story 11. Story 12. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, painting dancing shadows upon the walls as the snow fell in silent, steady flakes outside the window. It was on nights like these, when the world seemed to hold its breath beneath a blanket of white, that the best stories were told. So gather close, dear listener, and let the warmth of the flames and the gentle rhythm of my voice carry you away to a place where magic glows softly in the dark, and the greatest journeys begin with a single, hesitant step. Our story begins with a young boy named Leo, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Leo was a quiet child with a heart full of wonder, but hands often tucked into his pockets. He felt things deeply, the chill of the wind, the weight of a silence, the sharp edges of loneliness. His greatest comfort was his grandfather, a gentle man with eyes that held the light of 1,000 remembered sunsets. One evening, as the early winter dark gathered outside, Leo's grandfather called him to the fireside. In his palm he held a small, smooth stone. It was unremarkable at first glance, a dull gray river rock. But as grandfather turned it over in his gnarled fingers, a soft, pulsing light began to glow from within it, the color of warm embers in a dying fire. This, grandfather said, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder, is a heartstone. It is a very old, very quiet kind of magic. He placed it in Leo's hand. The stone was pleasantly warm, and its gentle pulse felt like a tiny, sleeping heartbeat. It does not shine for just anyone, Leo. It responds to the warmth of a caring heart, but its true magic is that it grows brighter when you are brave, and it shows you the way when you are lost. Leo stared at the stone, mesmerized by its soft, ember-like glow. Shows the way to what? He whispered. To what you need most, grandfather replied with a kind smile. But the path is never a straight one. It is a journey that will change you, as surely as fire changes wood, turning fear into courage and loneliness into friendship. Keep it safe. Not long after that night, grandfather's own journey took him beyond the whispering wood, leaving a quiet emptiness in the cottage and a much larger one in Leo's heart. The world seemed grayer, colder. The heartstone which had glowed so steadily in his grandfather's hand now flickered in Leo's, its light weak and uncertain. Weeks turned into a season, and the deep winter settled in. The loneliness ached inside Leo, a cold hollow that the fire in the hearth could not warm. One particularly bleak afternoon, as he sat tracing the patterns in the frost on the window pane, he noticed the heartstone on his bedside table. It was glowing a little more strongly, and as he watched, a faint, shimmering thread of light, like a wisp of golden smoke, unspooled from its center and drifted towards his window, pointing insistently into the depths of the snow-laden wood. His heart hammered against his ribs. The wood in winter was a formidable place, all silent, skeletal trees and deep, soft snow. But the pull of the stone was undeniable, a quiet, persistent call. Wrapping himself in his warmest coat and scarf, and clutching the stone tightly in his mittened hand, Leo took a deep breath and stepped out into the crisp, cold air. The journey began slowly. The snow crunched under his boots, a rhythmic sound in the profound hush of the forest. The golden thread from the stone led him off the familiar path, weaving between ancient oaks whose bare branches clawed at the pale sky. The air was sharp and clean, smelling of pine and frozen earth. The only other sounds were the occasional sigh of the wind and the soft thump of snow falling from a branch. Leo's breath plumed in the air, and the world felt immense and empty. He walked for a long time, the stone's light his only companion. At first, his fear was a cold knot in his stomach. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of a tree was an unknown threat. But as he walked, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, something began to shift. He started to notice the small, beautiful things around him. The intricate lacework of frost on a spiderweb, the bright red flash of a cardinal against the snow, the way the fading afternoon light turned the world to lavender and blue. The stone in his hand glowed a little brighter, warming his palm. The gentle mystery of the path deepened as dusk began to settle, painting the snow in shades of violet. The golden thread led him to a part of the wood he had never seen before, where the trees grew so close together their trunks formed a near-solid wall. Just as he was about to turn back, thinking he had reached a dead end, the stone pulsed brightly. The thread of light slipped between two massive, intertwined roots that formed a low archway, almost completely hidden by a curtain of thick, glossy ivy. Pushing the ivy aside, Leo found himself not at a wall, but at an entrance. He had to get on his hands and knees to crawl through, the cold seeping through his mittens. When he emerged on the other side, he gasped, his breath catching in his throat. He was in a hidden world. It was a sheltered valley, nestled in a deep embrace of the hills. Here the snow was thinner, and the air was several degrees warmer, carrying the rich, damp scent of moss and something sweet, like hidden honey. Giant, ancient trees formed a protective canopy overhead, their branches so thickly woven that they held the snow at bay, creating a cavern of living wood. The ground was a soft carpet of emerald moss, and glowing lichen clung to the rocks and tree trunks, casting a soft, blue-green light that mingled with the golden glow of his stone. Tiny, luminous insects drifted through the air like living sparks. It was a place of profound peace, a secret heart nestled within the winter forest. And it was not empty. In the center of the clearing, near a small, steaming spring, was a creature. It was about the size of a large hare, with fur the color of freshly fallen snow and eyes like chips of clear, frozen sky. It had long, delicate ears that twitched at the sound of his arrival, and a bushy tail that flicked nervously. It was nibbling on a patch of frost berries, but it froze when it saw Leo, its entire body tense with alarm. Leo froze too, his own fear returning in a rush. But the heartstone in his hand grew warm and pulsed with a soft, reassuring light. He remembered his grandfather's words about friendship warming the heart. Slowly, very slowly, he sank down to sit on the moss, making himself as small and non-threatening as possible. He didn't speak, didn't move, just breathed in the quiet magic of the place and waited. The creature watched him for a long time, its sky-blue eyes wide with curiosity and caution. Minutes stretched out, filled only with the gentle drip of water from the spring and the hum of the luminous insects. Then, tentatively, it took a small hop forward. Then another. Leo stayed perfectly still, his heart beating a hopeful rhythm against his ribs. The creature crept closer, its nose twitching. It stopped just an arm's length away, studying him with an intelligence that felt ancient and deep. Slowly, Leo uncurled his fingers, revealing the glowing heart stone. The creature's eyes fixed on the stone. It let out a soft, chuffing sound, a noise of recognition rather than fear. It took one final, delicate step and gently nudged the stone with its nose. A wave of warmth, both physical and emotional, flowed from the stone and through Leo. The creature looked up at him, and in that moment the last of the fear vanished, replaced by a blossoming sense of connection. An unexpected friendship had been kindled in the hidden grove. He learned that the creature was a glimmer tail, a shy, magical being that tended the hidden places of the forest. Its name it conveyed not in words, but in a feeling that appeared in Leo's mind, a sense of soft light and gentle chimes. It was called Lumi. Lumi in turn seemed to understand Leo's loneliness, the cold hollow left by his grandfather's absence. It chirruped softly and nudged his hand again, a gesture of pure comfort. For days, Leo returned to the hidden valley. Each visit was a new lesson in the quiet magic of the world. Lumi showed him secret things, which mosses held the freshest water, how to listen to the stories the old trees told in the wind, and where the winter blossoms grew, their petals glowing with a soft, internal light that opened only at night. They shared simple meals of sweet roots and frost berries, sitting by the warm spring as the luminous insects danced around them. Leo began to change. The boy who had entered the wood with hesitant steps and a fearful heart was growing steadier, braver. His laughter, once so rare, now echoed softly in the hidden grove. The heartstone no longer flickered. It burned with a steady, ember-bright glow, reflecting the warmth that was growing inside him. He was being transformed, his grief and loneliness slowly burned away, leaving behind the stronger, truer parts of himself, just as fire transforms wood into enduring coal and warm light. But one afternoon, as he arrived at the grove, he found Lumi anxious and distressed. The glimmer-tail was pacing back and forth, its usual serene composure gone. The soft, blue-green light of the glowing lichen was dimmer than usual, and the air had lost some of its warmth. Lumi led him to the oldest tree in the grove, a colossal oak whose trunk was wider than Leo's cottage. At its base, nestled among its great roots, was a large, crystalline geode, split open to reveal a cavity lined with amethyst crystals. Normally the geode pulsed with a soft, violet light, but now the light was guttering, fading in and out like a dying candle. Lumi chittered and pointed with its nose, conveying a deep worry. This was the heart of the grove, the source of the valley's warmth and magic. Something was wrong with it. The gentle mystery of his journey had presented its final, and most important, puzzle. Leo knelt before the geode, the heartstone in his hand glowing brightly. He peered inside. The crystals were clouded, and a creeping gray moss was spreading over them, stifling their light. He reached in to brush it away, but the moment his fingers touched the moss, a profound chill shot up his arm, a cold that spoke of despair and emptiness. He pulled his hand back with a gasp. This was not a problem that could be solved by strength or force. This was a sickness of the spirit, a creeping gloom that was draining the magic from this sacred place. He thought of his grandfather, of the stories he'd told about how some darknesses can only be dispelled by light, and some silences can only be filled with song. He looked at Lumi, whose blue eyes were wide with fear and hope. He looked at the fading heart of the grove, and he knew what he had to do. It was not a grand, heroic act, but a small, authentic one. It was an act of shared memory and shared warmth. Settling himself cross-legged before the geode, Leo placed his glowing heartstone gently inside the crystal cavity, right in the center of the fading light. Then he began to speak. His voice was soft at first, barely a whisper, but it grew steadier as he went on. He told the story of his grandfather. He spoke of his kindness, his laughter, the way he could mend a broken toy or a sad heart with equal skill. He recounted their days by the fireside, the smell of wood smoke and baking bread, the feeling of being safe and loved. As he spoke, pouring all the warmth of his memories into the quiet air of the grove, the heartstone began to glow more fiercely. Its ember light, fueled by Leo's love and courage, pulsed in time with his words. The warm, golden radiance spread, washing over the clouded amethyst crystals. The gray, chilling moss began to shrivel and retreat, unable to withstand the genuine warmth of a heart sharing its most precious treasures. Lumi crept closer and sat beside him, adding its own quiet presence to the offering. It began to hum, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the earth and up through the roots of the great oak. It was a song without words, a melody of starlight on snow, of spring sap rising, of the deep, slow breath of the forest. Leo's stories and Lumi's song wove together, a tapestry of light and sound that filled the grove. Slowly, surely, the heart of the grove responded. The cloudiness lifted from the crystals, and they began to glow again, their violet light burning clear and strong. The light merged with the gold from Leo's stone, creating a beautiful, swirling luminescence that rose up through the ancient oak, setting its bare branches aglow from within. The hidden world was being restored, its magic burning steady and true once more. The creeping gray moss vanished completely, and a wave of pure, revitalizing warmth flowed out from the geode, washing over Leo and Lumi. The lichen on the trees brightened, the luminous insects danced with renewed energy, and the very air tasted sweeter. Exhausted but filled with a deep, profound joy, Leo looked at Lumi. The glimmer-tail was no longer anxious. It radiated a serene happiness, and it gently nuzzled Leo's cheek, a gesture of pure gratitude. The unexpected friendship had become an unbreakable bond, forged in the shared act of saving something they both loved. Leo picked up his heartstone. It was no longer just a warm ember. It was a steady, brilliant beacon, its light now a part of the grove's own magic. He knew his journey was complete. He had found what he needed most, not an escape from his loneliness, but the courage to fill it with new connections and cherished memories. He had learned that growth is not about becoming someone new, but about uncovering the strength and light that was always there within, waiting to be kindled. He visited the grove many times after that, always welcomed by Lumi. But he no longer needed the stone to guide him there. The path was written on his heart, and the stone remained a steady, warm presence in his pocket, a reminder that even on the coldest, darkest nights, there is always a light that can guide you and a friendship that can warm you. And so, as the fire in our own hearth settles into a bed of glowing coals, and the snow continues its silent watch outside, let Leo's journey remind you that within you, too, burns a steady and true light. Your own heart is a compass that can guide you through the winters of the spirit, towards hidden friendships and quiet, personal transformations. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let your breathing slow to match the peaceful rhythm of the resolved tale. The journey is over for now, the mystery solved, the heart comforted. It is time to close your eyes, dear listener, and let the ember glow of this story carry you gently into the land of dreams. Story 13. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that leapt and twirled across the walls like silent companions to the flames. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a gentle counterpoint to the warmth within. Come closer, dear listener, and let me tell you a story not of roaring blazes, but of a quiet, smoldering light and the boy who learned to carry it. In a village nestled in a valley that seemed to cup the sky in its green hands, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of the twilight sky, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. While the other children raced and shouted, their laughter ringing through the lanes like bright bells, Kalen preferred the company of silence. He would spend his afternoons at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a vast and ancient forest that bordered the village, simply listening. He listened to the rustle of leaves, the chatter of unseen creatures, and the deep, almost silence that hummed just beneath it all. It was a silence that felt full, not empty. Kalen's grandfather, a woodcarver with hands as gnarled and wise as the old oak trees he loved, was the only one who truly understood. The world speaks in more than words, Kalen, he would say, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "You just have to learn how to listen." One evening, as the sun bled orange and purple across the horizon, Kalen's grandfather called him to his workshop. The air was thick with the sweet, sharp scent of cedar and pine. In the center of his workbench, cluttered with half-formed birds and curling wood shavings, lay a small, rough stone. It was unremarkable, gray and pockmarked, but from a deep fissure in its center, a soft, pulsing, orange light emanated. It wasn't a fierce, fiery light, but the gentle, steady glow of embers in a banked fire. "This," his grandfather said, placing the warm stone in Kalen's palm, "is an emberstone. It was given to me when I was a boy, not much older than you. It is drawn to quiet hearts and listening souls. It will not blaze, it will not roar, but in true darkness it will glow, and it will show you the way." "Show me the way to what?" Kalen asked, his fingers curling around the comforting warmth of the stone. "That," his grandfather said with a kind, knowing smile, "is the journey you must take. The woods have been calling you, haven't they? Go, listen, the stone will be your guide." And so, the next morning, with the emberstone a comforting weight in his pocket and a small satchel of bread and cheese on his back, Kalen stepped into the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The loud, bright world of the village fell away, replaced by a cathedral of green and gold. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting, dappled patterns, and the air was cool and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. He walked slowly, his footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of moss. He did not know where he was going, but he trusted the gentle pulse of warmth against his leg. For hours he wandered. He saw a family of deer drinking from a crystal-clear stream, their ears twitching at the slightest sound. He saw a badger trundle grumpily across his path, paying him no mind. He listened to the conversations of the birds, the scolding of a squirrel, the sigh of the wind through the high branches. He felt small but not afraid. He felt a part of something vast and ancient. As dusk began to weave its purple threads through the forest, Kalen found himself in a part of the woods he had never seen before. The trees were older here, their trunks wide enough for 3 men to circle. The light faded, and with it, the familiar sounds of the day creatures ceased. A deep, velvet quiet descended. It was then that he noticed the emberstone in his pocket was growing warmer. He pulled it out, and his breath caught. The light from the fissure was no longer a soft pulse, but a steady, bright guide, casting a warm, amber circle around him, pushing back the encroaching gloom. It was in this circle of light that he saw her. At first he thought it was a trick of the shadows, a flicker of movement just beyond the stone's glow. Then a pair of eyes, large and luminous, and the color of melted honey, appeared between the ferns. A moment later, a creature stepped into the light. She was a fox, but unlike any fox he had ever seen. Her fur was the color of dark smoke, tipped with silver that caught the emberstone's glow, making her seem as if she were woven from starlight and shadow. She was small and slender, and she moved with a grace that was utterly silent. She did not run. She simply stood there, her head tilted, studying him with an unnerving intelligence. "Hello," Kalen whispered, his voice sounding loud in the quiet. The fox took a delicate step closer, her nose twitching. She seemed curious. "I'm Kalen," he said, feeling a little foolish for introducing himself to a fox. "I have this stone, it's showing me the way, I think." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, almost like a quiet laugh. Then she turned and took a few steps away, pausing to look back at him. Her meaning was clear: follow. And so, Kalen's solitary journey transformed. He was no longer alone. The fox, whom he secretly named Ash for her smoke-colored coat, became his guide and his unexpected friend. She led him along paths that were not paths, under arches formed by fallen trees, and through thickets that seemed to part just for them. She taught him how to move without sound, how to read the subtle signs of the forest, a bent blade of grass, a scratch on bark. In return, he shared his bread, and she would eat the crumbs from his open palm with a delicate trust that warmed his heart more than any fire. Their friendship was a quiet thing, built not with words but with shared glances, with her cool nose nudging his hand when he hesitated, with the simple comfort of her presence padding softly beside him. The emberstone glowed steadily, a small, warm sun in his hand, its light a testament to their bond. On the third day, Ash led him to a place that stole the breath from his lungs. They emerged from a dense thicket of thorny brambles into a hidden glen. It was a secret world nestled in the forest's deepest embrace. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that came not from the sun, but from the plants themselves. Flowers with petals like polished moonlight glowed with a gentle radiance. Mosses covered the ground in a luminescent carpet, and from the branches of the trees hung vines dripping with berries that shone like tiny, blue lanterns. A small, clear pond in the center of the glen reflected the enchanted light, making the entire cavern seem to float in a dream. In the center of the pond, on a small island of glowing moss, grew a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was silvery white, and its leaves were not green, but a deep, vibrant gold that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 captured sunsets. "This is it," Kalen breathed, knowing it in his bones. The emberstone in his hand pulsed in agreement, its light swelling to match the radiance of the glen. But as he stepped towards the pond, a figure emerged from behind the golden tree. It was an old woman, her back bent with age, her hair a cloud of white as fine as milkweed floss. She was dressed in robes the color of moss and shadows, and in her hands she held a staff made of a single, twisted piece of wood that glowed with the same inner light as the emberstone. Her eyes, when they met his, were as deep and ancient as the forest itself. "You have come a long way, listener," she said, her voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. "And you have brought a friend, that is good. The journey is always lighter with a friend." Kalen could only bow his head, his heart thumping a nervous rhythm against his ribs. Ash sat beside him, her tail curled neatly around her feet, watching the woman with calm, honey-colored eyes. "The emberstone has led you here to the Heartwood Glade," the woman continued, gesturing around them with her staff. "This is a place of memory, of stories that the trees have kept safe for centuries, but the light here is fading." Kalen looked around. Now that she mentioned it, he could see it. The glow of the flowers seemed a little dimmer, the gold of the trees' leaves a little less vibrant. A faint, sorrowful sigh seemed to drift through the glen. "The stories are being forgotten," the old woman explained. "The world outside grows louder, and the quiet voices of the forest are being drowned out. When a story is forgotten, a little of this light goes out. Soon there will be only darkness, and the memories of this place will be lost forever. What can I do?" Kalen asked, his small voice filled with a sudden, fierce determination. "I'm just a boy." "You are a listener," she said, her gaze piercing him. "That is never just anything. The emberstone chose you because your heart is quiet enough to hear. To rekindle the light, you must remember. You must listen to the oldest story of all, the one that sleeps in the roots of this golden tree, but you cannot hear it alone. The story needs both a listener and a keeper." She looked from Kalen to Ash. The fox stood and walked to the edge of the pond, looking at the reflection of the golden tree in the still water. "The keeper holds the silence around the words," the woman said. "They create the space for the story to be heard. Your friend, Ash, is a silence sentencer. It is her magic that allows the deepest truths to be spoken without being shattered by noise." Kalen looked at Ash, understanding dawning. Her silent grace, her ability to move without a sound, it wasn't just stealth. It was a kind of magic, a gift for creating pockets of perfect quiet. "Go to the tree," the old woman instructed. "Sit with your back against its trunk, hold the emberstone. Your friend will do the rest." Hesitantly, Kalen waded through the cool, shallow water of the pond, and climbed onto the small island. The golden tree hummed with a low, resonant energy. He sat down, the glowing moss soft beneath him, and pressed his back against the silvery bark. A wave of peace washed over him. He closed his eyes and held the emberstone tight in both hands. He heard a soft splash and then felt a warm, familiar weight settle in his lap. He opened his eyes to see Ash curled there, her head resting on his knee, her luminous eyes watching him. Then she began to hum. It was not a sound he heard with his ears, but one he felt in his bones, a vibration so deep and quiet it seemed to still the very air around them. The gentle rustle of the leaves ceased. The faint sighing of the glen fell silent. Ash was weaving a blanket of perfect, profound quiet, a cocoon where the most fragile of stories could safely unfold. In that silence, Kalen listened. At first, there was nothing. Then a feeling, a warmth, a sense of beginnings. And then images began to bloom in his mind, not as pictures, but as sensations and emotions. He felt the first spark of life in the forest, a tiny, brave flicker in the cold and the dark. He felt the joy of the first rain, the struggle of the first roots pushing through stubborn soil, the wonder of the first leaf unfurling to greet the sun. He felt the friendship between the stone and the stream, the tree and the wind, the fox and the fern. It was the story of connection, of how every living thing, no matter how small or silent, was a vital thread in the vast, shimmering tapestry of the world. He felt the slow, creeping sadness as the connections began to fray, as the listening stopped. He felt the loneliness of a story with no one to hear it. And he understood with a clarity that struck him to his core that his quietness was not a weakness. It was a bridge. His ability to listen was the very thing that could help mend what was broken. As the story flowed through him, he felt the emberstone grow hot in his hands. He opened his eyes and saw that its light was no longer contained to the fissure. It was spreading through the stone itself, turning the dull gray rock into a translucent, blazing orb of amber and gold. The light poured from his hands, flowing down his arms and into the tree at his back. A gasp escaped him. The light traveled up the trunk into the branches and out along every golden leaf. The tree began to shine, not just with reflected light, but with a brilliant inner fire. The light then spilled out from the tree, washing over the entire glen. The flowers brightened, their petals glowing with renewed vigor. The mosses shone like emerald stars. The berries on the vines blazed like sapphire constellations. The very air glittered with renewed magic. The old woman on the bank smiled, a smile that held the warmth of 1,000 summers. "It is remembered," she whispered. The vibration from Ash ceased, and the normal, gentle sounds of the glen returned, but they were richer now, fuller. The story was safe. The light was rekindled. Kalen looked down at the fox in his lap. She looked up at him, and in her honey-colored eyes, he saw a reflection of the brilliant, golden tree, and he saw gratitude. He had listened, and she had held the silence. Together they had accomplished what neither could have done alone. When it was time to go, the emberstone in his pocket was once again just a warm, gently pulsing stone. Its great work was done for now. The old woman gave him a small, woven bag filled with glowing seeds from the golden tree. "Plant these where you feel the world needs more listening," she said. "They will grow into small, quiet places, little sanctuaries of peace." The journey home felt different. Kalen was still the same quiet boy, but he no longer felt that his heart was too big for his chest. It was exactly the right size. He walked with a new confidence, a steady warmth burning inside him. Ash walked with him to the very edge of the whispering woods. At the border, where the trees began to thin and the lights of the village twinkled in the distance, she stopped. She nudged his hand one last time with her cool nose, then turned and melted back into the shadows from which she came. There was no dramatic farewell, no sad goodbye. It was a simple, quiet parting, as fitting as their friendship. Kalen returned to his grandfather's workshop. The old woodcarver looked up from his workbench, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He didn't ask for an explanation. He simply looked at his grandson, at the calm certainty in his eyes, and he nodded. "You found your way," he said. "I did," Kalen replied, his voice still soft, but now filled with a new, unshakable strength. That night and for many nights after, Kalen would sit by the fire, the emberstone a comforting weight in his palm. He had planted the glowing seeds in a quiet corner of his garden, and they had sprouted into tiny, shimmering plants that pulsed with a soft, golden light. He knew that the true transformation wasn't just in the hidden glen, but within himself. He had learned that his quiet nature was not a flaw to be overcome, but a gift to be shared. He had learned that the warmest friendships are often the quietest, and that the greatest journeys are those that teach you who you truly are. And so, dear listener, as the fire in the hearth settles into a bed of glowing embers, and the wind continues its gentle lullaby outside, remember Kalen's story. Remember that there is a quiet magic in listening, a steady glow in a kind heart, and that even the smallest light can hold back the deepest dark. Carry this warmth with you into your dreams. Let it be a comfort, a guide, a soft and steady ember in the night. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as peaceful as a hidden glen, and as full of gentle, glowing light. The story is over, and all is well. Story 14. Story 14. On the far edge of the silken nebula, where starlight wove itself into shimmering tapestries of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten observation outpost. It had been built by starfarers long gone, a glass-domed sanctuary orbiting a quiet, blue-tinted star. Within its curved walls, a most unusual friendship was taking root. Kalen had arrived first. He was from the planet Verdant, a world of whispering forests and soft, mossy ground. His people communicated not with words, but with gentle shifts in the color of the delicate, leaf-like filaments that grew along their arms and across their cheeks. A soft, luminescent blue meant curiosity. A warm, rosy pink signaled happiness. A shimmering silver was laughter. Kalen's own colors often swirled in lonely shades of gray and deep indigo, for he was a botanist, sent on a solitary mission to study the unique flora that could grow in the outpost's zero-gravity gardens. He missed the rustle of the great verdant trees and the chorus of colors from his family. The outpost was his sanctuary, a place of quiet industry. He spent his days tending to floating orbs of bioluminescent moss and vines that curled around pillars of softly glowing crystal, their light pulsing in time with his own emotional hues. One day a small, distressed vessel, like a seed pod spun from mother-of-pearl, bumped gently against the outpost's airlock. From it emerged Piper. Piper was from the chime world of Lyra, a place of singing crystals and winds that played melodies through ancient stone arches. Piper's species had no visible mouths or noses. Their smooth, opalescent skin covered a complex internal structure that allowed them to create music. Their language was a symphony of hums, whistles, and resonant chimes. Piper's own song upon arrival was a frantic, discordant jangle of fear and exhaustion. Their ship's heart crystal had fractured, and they had been drifting, their song fading. Kalen, seeing the shimmering bipedal form and hearing its distressed melody, felt his filaments flush with a compassionate, welcoming gold. He didn't understand the sounds, but he understood the feeling. He guided Piper inside, his movements slow and deliberate, his colors projecting calm, steady green. Their first days were a ballet of beautiful confusion. Kalen would offer a floating berry from his garden, his filaments glowing a friendly orange. Piper, in thanks, would respond with a complex, trilling arpeggio that made Kalen jump, his colors flickering to a surprised yellow. Piper, in turn, would try to help by using a low, resonant hum to vibrate the dust from the solar panels, a common practice on Lyra. To Kalen, it felt like an earthquake, and he would clutch the nearest crystal pillar, his filaments blazing a frantic red of alarm. Their greatest challenge was the garden. For Kalen, it was a place of silent, colorful growth. For Piper, it was an orchestra waiting to be conducted. Piper discovered that by gently tapping the different bioluminescent orbs, they each produced a unique, bell-like tone. Delighted, Piper began to compose a symphony, tapping and humming, sending the orbs spinning and chiming. Kalen rushed in, his filaments a stormy violet of panic. He gently took Piper's slender, crystalline hand and led them to a particular orb, now dull and silent. He pulsed a soft, sad blue at the orb, then at Piper. He mimed the orb's light fading and its song dying. Understanding dawned on Piper, not through words, but through the shared language of care. Their next song was a soft, lullaby-like hum directed at the plants, and Kalen watched in wonder as the vines stretched toward the sound, their glow brightening. This was the turning point. They had found their first shared word, gentleness. Together they decided to create a new space, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. They chose the observatory's highest dome, a room with a vast, curved window that looked out upon the heart of the Silken Nebula. Here they built their Harmony Nook. Kalen brought his most resilient and responsive plants, vines that changed color with emotion, flowers that bloomed in sync with harmonic frequencies. Piper brought smooth, river-worn stones from their homeworld and a set of tiny, perfectly tuned resonance crystals. They arranged the stones in spiraling patterns on the floor and hung the crystals from the vines so that they caught the starlight and the light from the plants. The room became a living instrument. When Kalen was happy, the room would glow with warm ambers and golds, and the crystals would chime softly. When Piper played a serene melody, the plants would sway and pulse in rhythm, their colors deepening. Their misunderstandings became fewer and filled with more laughter. Once Kalen, trying to express his gratitude for Piper's company, projected a brilliant, joyful magenta. On Verdant, it was the color of deep, familial love. Piper, however, interpreted the sudden, intense color as a sign of high alarm, the way a Lyran's skin might flash white before danger. They responded with a sharp, warning whistle and dove behind a console. Kalen, confused, pulsed a soft, questioning teal. After a moment of peeking out, Piper understood. They emerged and played a slow, warbling tune that was the Lyran equivalent of bashful laughter. Kalen's filaments shimmered in silver mirth. They had learned another word, oops. Their favorite ritual began as the outpost drifted into the shadow of its gentle star, and the nebula outside the great window bloomed with its most brilliant light. They would meet in the Harmony Nook, sitting amidst their shared creation. Kalen would let his colors settle into a calm, contented lavender. Piper would play a soft, meandering melody, not a structured song, but a musical expression of the swirling cosmos outside. In these quiet moments, a new connection began to form, one that went beyond color and sound. It was a faint, empathic thread. Kalen would feel an echo of Piper's serene wonder as a warm tingling in his core. Piper would sense Kalen's peaceful happiness as a subtle, harmonious vibration in their own being. They were learning to feel what the other felt, to share the quiet awe of watching a binary star system perform its slow, eternal dance, or the gentle melancholy of remembering homes far away. One evening, a solar flare from the blue star sent waves of emerald energy washing over the outpost. The systems flickered, and a deep, unsettling hum resonated through the station's frame. Piper, sensitive to vibrations, froze, their song cutting off into a silent, fearful tension. The Harmony Nook dimmed, the plants pulling their leaves in close. Kalen looked at his friend, seeing not just a still form, but feeling the cold spike of their fear through their fledgling empathic bond. He didn't try to use colors or gestures. Instead, he walked slowly to the center of the room, where a large, flat stone rested. He sat down, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He focused not on his own fear, but on every good, warm memory he had of this place. The first time Piper had made the moss glow with a simple C major chord. The taste of the sweet, airborne fruit they shared. The sight of Piper's form silhouetted against the nebula. He filled his mind with these images and let his heart swell with the feeling of friendship. His filaments began to glow, not with a single color, but with a slow, swirling galaxy of all of them. The gold of welcome, the pink of happiness, the blue of curiosity, the lavender of peace. It was a silent story of their time together. Piper, still trembling, felt the shift. The cold fear was slowly surrounded by a profound, radiating warmth. They turned and saw Kalen, a quiet supernova of friendship in the center of their sanctuary. The fear didn't vanish, but it was held, comforted, diminished. Slowly, Piper raised their hands and began to play. It wasn't a grand symphony, but a single clear, unwavering note, a note of trust, of gratitude, of solidarity. The note resonated through the crystals, which began to glow with a soft, steady light. The vines, responding to the sound and the light, unfurled their leaves, their own bioluminescence returning, brighter than before. The solar storm passed. The unsettling hum faded. But in the harmony nook, the light and the music remained, intertwined. They had discovered the universal language. It wasn't color or sound or even empathy. It was the simple, profound act of kindness. It was the choice to sit with a friend in their fear. It was the willingness to build a shared shelter, both physical and emotional. It was the patience to laugh at misunderstandings and the courage to learn from them. As the outpost continued its silent journey through the silken nebula, it was no longer a lonely outpost, but a home. And in its highest dome, under a canopy of stars, two very different beings proved that no gap is too wide, no silence too deep, and no world too far away, when bridged by the gentle, steadfast light of a true and cosmic friendship. Story 15. Story 15. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young soul named Rowan. Rowan was not like the other children in the village, though if you'd asked anyone what made them different, they would have simply said, Rowan carries a different kind of quiet. And indeed, Rowan did. While other children chased fireflies and shouted across meadows, Rowan preferred the company of dew-kissed spiderwebs and the whisper of leaves. They felt things deeply, too deeply, some said, and often found the world too bright, too loud, too much. It was in these moments of overwhelm that the first small changes began to appear. One afternoon, after a day when the market had been particularly bustling and the sun unusually harsh, Rowan retreated to the shade of the old willow by the creek. As they sat there, breathing slowly, trying to calm the frantic beating of their heart, they noticed a soft, pearlescent shimmer dancing across their skin. It wasn't frightening. It was beautiful, like the inside of a seashell or the first hint of dawn. When they touched their arm, the shimmer rippled gently, and a single perfect white flower, a moon petal known for blooming only in the calmest of nights, sprouted from the moss at their feet. Rowan didn't understand it, but they felt a strange comfort in the occurrence. It was as if their inner turmoil had needed a physical expression, and the world had answered with a gentle, silent poetry. Days turned into weeks, and the changes continued. When Rowan felt confused, a soft, gray mist would sometimes cling to them, making the edges of the world beautifully blurry. When they felt a spark of courage, a warm, golden light would emanate from their palms, and the wild roses nearby would unfurl their deepest crimson petals. Rowan began to see that their emotions were not enemies to be battled, but seeds to be tended. Yet they still felt alone in this strange, quiet metamorphosis. One evening, as a particularly heavy sadness settled over Rowan, a feeling of being fundamentally out of place, they walked to the forgotten garden on the eastern edge of the village. It was a place of tangled vines and sleeping earth, a place everyone else had given up on. As Rowan's tears fell, they didn't soak into the ground, but crystallized into tiny, sapphire dewdrops on the withered stems. A figure emerged from the gathering twilight, an old woman with eyes the color of rich soil and hair braided with dried lavender and living ivy. "Tears are a powerful kind of rain," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of pages in an old book. "But even the most nourishing rain needs a garden to fall upon." This was Linden, the keeper of forgotten things. She did not seem surprised by Rowan's shimmering skin or the sapphire tears. She simply sat on a moss-covered stone and patted the space beside her. "Tell me," she said, not as a command, but as an invitation. And so Rowan did. They spoke of the noise, the brightness, the deep feelings that sometimes felt like a storm inside their chest. Linden listened, her presence as steady and calming as an ancient tree. "You are not breaking, my dear," she said when Rowan had finished. "You are unfolding. A seed does not become a flower by remaining closed up in the dark. It must first feel the pressure of the earth, the uncertainty of which way is up, before it can ever reach for the sun." Linden became Rowan's mentor, appearing not every day, but always at the precise moment they were needed. She taught Rowan that the magical garden around them was a reflection of their own inner landscape. The soil, she explained, was their foundational self, rich with potential but needing care. The seeds were their hopes and fears, their joys and sorrows, all waiting for the right conditions to grow. Under Linden's gentle guidance, Rowan began to tend the garden. It was not a quick process. The first victory was small, learning to breathe deeply when the world felt too loud. With each slow, intentional breath, Rowan noticed the shimmer on their skin would soften into a steady, milky glow, and a patch of hard, packed earth in the garden would loosen, becoming dark and fertile. The second victory was learning to name their feelings. "This is not a storm," Rowan would whisper when anxiety bubbled up. "This is just a strong wind." And as they named it, the wind around them would indeed pick up, not to destroy, but to carry away the dead leaves, making space for new growth. A cluster of silver-leafed sprouts would push through the soil where their feet had stood. Linden taught Rowan about cocoons. "A caterpillar does not know it will become a butterfly," she said one day, pointing to a silken pouch hanging from a birch branch. "It only knows it is time to be still, to dissolve into something new. It is a messy, miraculous process, and it cannot be rushed." Rowan began to think of themselves as being in a cocoon. The shimmering skin, the mist, the light, these were not strange afflictions, but the very substance of their transformation. They were the silken threads of a new self being woven. As the seasons turned, the forgotten garden began to thrive in ways no one could have imagined. It responded to Rowan's emotional growth with breathtaking beauty. A day of quiet confidence saw the emergence of a sunflower that turned not only to follow the sun, but also to follow Rowan, its face a bright, happy mirror. A moment of profound understanding about a friend's pain caused the entire color palette of the garden to shift, the greens becoming more soothing, the blues deeper and more compassionate. The garden became a map of Rowan's heart. There was a corner that bloomed with fiery orange poppies on days they felt passionate and energetic. There was a shady nook where bluebells chimed softly when Rowan felt peaceful and content. The magical elements were not separate from Rowan. They were an extension of their very being, a dialogue between their inner world and the outer one. The final, largest transformation began not with a bang, but with a quiet realization. Rowan was sitting in the heart of the garden, now a vibrant tapestry of life and color, watching a ladybug climb a blade of grass. They realized they no longer felt like a visitor in their own skin or an outsider in the world. They felt integrated. The sensitivity that had once felt like a burden was now their greatest gift. It allowed them to listen to the unspoken language of the earth, to understand the silent songs of growing things. As this deep acceptance washed over them, a wonderful thing happened. The gentle, constant shimmer that had danced on their skin for so long began to consolidate, to gather and weave itself into a cloak of soft, living light. It was not a cloak one could take off. It was a part of them, woven from every small victory, every named feeling, every patient moment of growth. It was the physical manifestation of their completed cocoon stage. Linden appeared then, as Rowan knew she would. She did not speak, but her smile was a universe of pride and love. She simply held out a hand, and in her palm was a single perfect seed, glowing with a soft, internal light. "This is not an ending," Linden said softly. "It is the seed of your next beginning. A gardener's work is never truly done, for a garden is always changing, always growing. So too are we." Rowan took the seed, their fingers closing around its warm, promising shape. They understood. The metamorphosis was not a destination to be reached, but a continuous, gentle unfolding. They had learned to tend the garden of their own soul, and in doing so had become a gardener for the world around them. That night Rowan walked back to the village, not as the quiet, overwhelmed child they once were, but as themselves, whole, shimmering, and deeply connected to the quiet magic of change. They did not go home, but to the village square, where they knelt and planted the glowing seed in the earth. They knew that from it a new kind of garden would grow, one that would teach others about the beautiful, non-threatening nature of their own transformations. And as they sat back, watching the first tender shoot emerge under the starlight, Rowan took a deep, slow breath in and out, their luminous cloak pulsing gently in time with their heartbeat. The story of their metamorphosis was complete, but their story, the true, ongoing, beautiful story, was only just beginning. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. stronger perhaps, built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. "But mice don't shred moonbeam charms." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley, I sent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints no larger than her thumbnail dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There, beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heart-nut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered, "I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. "We never meant harm," Bramble sniffled. "Only to save our home." Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. The village of Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies on a summer evening. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river hummed lullabies and the clock tower chimed with the softness of a mother's whisper, it was known for two things: the kindest hearts in all the land and the most curious little mysteries. Our story begins on an autumn evening, just as the last rays of sun dipped behind the purple hills. A soft, misty rain had begun to fall, tapping gently on rooftops and leaves like tiny, invisible fingers. In her cottage at the edge of the village, a young baker was just closing her shutters when she noticed something peculiar. The stars above Willowbrook, usually so bright and plentiful, seemed fewer than usual. As she looked closer, she realized with a soft gasp that the constellation of the Silver Swan, which always watched over the village, was missing entirely. Now this baker, let us call her Cora, was known for her patience and her keen eye. Where others might have panicked, she simply pulled her woolen shawl tighter and pondered. She remembered an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from sight, seek the map drawn in starlight. Follow where the rainbows sleep, secrets that the glen will keep. Cora hummed the tune softly, the words weaving through her thoughts like the scent of cinnamon through her warm kitchen. She decided she would look into the matter at first light. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old Finn, the clockmaker, declared that his finest pendulum clock was now ticking backwards. Miss Ilara, the florist, rushed into the town square exclaiming that her entire patch of moon petals, flowers that normally glowed silver, had turned a deep, dreamy blue overnight. And young Leo, the shepherd boy, reported that the stream near the elderberry grove now flowed uphill. Cora listened to everyone with a gentle, attentive smile. She brought baskets of still warm hazelnut buns to share, and as the villagers nibbled and murmured, she noticed something. Each strange occurrence seemed tied to a place, mentioned in her grandmother's rhyme. She found Finn polishing his spectacles by the fountain. "The clock only turned backwards after you wound it with the silver key, didn't it?" she asked softly. Finn nodded, and Cora noticed the key had a tiny, almost invisible swan engraved on its bow. Next, she visited Miss Alara's garden. The moon petals were indeed a stunning sapphire blue, and they shimmered as if dusted with frost. "Did you use water from the western well to tend them yesterday?" Cora inquired. Miss Alara blinked in surprise. "Why, yes, how did you know?" Cora simply smiled and patted her hand. Her wanderings led her next to the elderberry grove, where the stream gurgled merrily upwards. Leo was sitting on a mossy stone, looking puzzled but delighted. "It's warmer this way," he told Cora. "And it smells like honey." Cora dipped her fingers in the water and brought them to her lips. It did taste faintly of honey and something else. Something like starlight. That evening, Cora spread an old map of Willowbrook on her oak table. The map was dotted with faded constellations, each marking a special place in the village. With a candle flickering beside her and the distant chime of the clock tower drifting through her window, she began to connect the points. The silver swan's wingtip touched the old well. Its beak pointed toward the elderberry grove. Its tail feathers brushed against Finn's clock tower, and its heart rested right over the village square. Just then, a thought struck her like a soft chime. What if the missing stars weren't lost, but hidden? What if they were waiting to be found? The next day, Cora gathered the villagers. "I believe," she said in her calm, clear voice, "that our village is not in danger, but on the verge of a wonderful discovery. The rhyme says to seek the map drawn in starlight. I think we must follow the path of the swan." And so, hand in hand, they did. First, they went to the western well. As they peered inside, they didn't see water, but a reflection of the night sky, complete with the missing swan constellation shimmering up at them. Finn, in his excitement, dropped his silver key into the well. Instead of a splash, they heard a sound like wind chimes. Next, they followed the sound to the elderberry grove. The upside-down stream now glimmered with a soft, silvery light. Miss Alara dipped a watering can into it and sprinkled the water on her blue moon petals. Instantly they turned not back to silver, but began to glow in shifting colors, rose, gold, violet, as if holding rainbows within their petals. Lastly, they arrived at the clock tower. Finn's backward-sticking clock now chimed in reverse, each tone unlocking a memory, the laughter of children, the scent of baking bread, the warmth of shared stories. And with the final chime, the silver swan constellation reappeared in the sky, brighter and closer than ever before. But the greatest surprise awaited them in the village square. There in the very center, a new flower had bloomed overnight. It had petals like liquid starlight and a center that shimmered like a tiny galaxy. Around it, the cobblestones now glowed with soft, swirling patterns, the same constellations from Cora's map etched in light. They realized then what had happened. The peculiar happenings were not troubles but invitations, to look closer, to remember, to come together. The missing stars had hidden themselves so the villagers would seek them out and rediscover the magic in their own hearts and history. That night, as the gentle rain returned and the wind chimes sang their glassy songs, the people of Willowbrook gathered around the new starlight flower. They shared stories and sweets, and Cora passed around one last batch of hazelnut buns, now sprinkled with edible silver dust that glittered like captured starlight. And as they looked up at the silver swan, now shining more brightly than ever, They understood that some mysteries are not meant to frighten or confuse, but to remind us that wonder is always near, waiting for curious hearts and kind eyes to find it. The clock tower chimed softly, the stream hummed its upside-down lullaby, and one by one the villagers drifted to their homes, wrapped in the cozy certainty that their world was even more magical than they had dreamed. And high above, the stars twinkled in agreement, keeping their gentle watch over the little village where mysteries were solved with empathy, and every ending felt like a warm, welcoming beginning. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the Great Kitchen Flood of '63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along, then. The others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Leora," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a story-keeper," Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. "Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory—" Her voice dimmed. "The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together." Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. "Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, "never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is." A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. "Took your time," the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. "I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also." She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. "We're being followed." The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. "I'm Kayla," she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. "The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake." Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new storykeeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-woven river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the kind that roared with thunder or flashed with lightning, but the kind that hummed in the background, like the gentle ticking of the old clock tower at the village square, or the soft chime of glass ornaments hanging from the eaves of every cottage. It was a magic of small wonders and gentle happenings, and for a long time it had been as predictable as the sunrise. Until the day the colors began to fade. It started subtly. Young Finn, a boy with a quiet nature and eyes that noticed the flight patterns of bees and the secret language of tree rings, was the first to notice. The brilliant crimson of the maple leaf he'd pressed in his book yesterday had softened to a pale pink. The vibrant yellow sunflowers in his mother's garden now wore the muted hue of old parchment. It wasn't a frightening change, but a puzzling one, as if the world was slowly being washed in a gentle, colorless rain. The village of Stillwater was abuzz with theories, spoken in hushed, curious tones over cups of chamomile tea and bowls of spiced stew. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the library and knew more about the world's oddities than anyone, suggested it was the work of a chroma thief, a mischievous spirit from a forgotten nursery rhyme. Others whispered that the great celestial clock in the sky was winding down, and with it, all of life's vibrancy. Finn, however, didn't believe in thieves or broken clocks. He believed in patterns. He spent his days walking the cobbled paths, his ears tuned to the ambient music of Stillwater, the plink-plonk of water dripping from mossy gutters after a soft rain, the harmonious dong of the clock tower marking each hour, and the constant, gentle rustle of the wind chimes that hung from every porch, their notes tinkling like frozen starlight. He noticed other small peculiarities, too. The hands on the sundial in the town square occasionally quivered and spun backwards for a single, breathless second. The stars at night seemed fewer, as if someone were gently plucking them from the velvet sky like ripe berries. And the flowers in the glimmerwood just beyond the village didn't just lose their color. Some of them began to change hue entirely, a bluebell turning the soft green of a new leaf, a buttercup blushing a faint lavender. One evening, sitting by the crackling fireplace with his grandmother, Finn remembered an old rhyme she used to sing to him when he was very small. It was a simple, looping melody about the weaver of hues and the tuner of time. When the weaver's thread grows thin and slight, and the tuner's chime forgets the light, seek the map the stars have drawn, before the coming of the dawn. Find the heart where colors blend, and make the fractured world mend. No one had thought much of it, it was just a nursery rhyme. But to Finn it felt like a clue. The map the stars have drawn, he murmured, looking out his window at the night sky. He grabbed his warmest cloak and a lantern, its light a brave, golden star in the encroaching dimness, and made his way to the village square. The old clock tower stood sentinel, its face illuminated by the moon. Finn looked up not at the clock, but past it, to the constellations. He knew them all, the great oak, the silver trout, the dancing maidens. But tonight he saw something new. Or rather, something old that he'd never noticed. A faint cluster of stars, usually overlooked, now seemed to form a distinct pattern, a spiral like a snail's shell or an unfurling fern. It looked exactly like the ancient mosaic set into the floor of the town hall, a mosaic everyone walked over but no one really saw. This was his map. The next day Finn gathered a small, curious party. Alara, the baker's daughter, whose pastries could brighten the gloomiest day, Rowan, the woodcarver, whose hands could feel the life within a piece of timber, and Cora, the weaver, who understood the language of threads and dyes. He showed them the star map and the mosaic, and together they saw that the spiral pointed toward the heart of the Glimmerwood. Their journey into the woods was filled with delightful red herrings. They found a clearing where a family of badgers was collecting fallen, gray leaves, not out of mischief, but to line their den, finding the softer textures more comfortable. They discovered a stream where the water flowed upwards over a small waterfall, creating a tinkling, musical cascade that defied logic. Rowan, investigating the phenomenon, found that the stones beneath the water were magnetized, a natural wonder that explained the backwards flow. It wasn't the cause of their problem, but a beautiful, hidden secret of the woods they were now privy to. Following the star map's spiral, they ventured deeper. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The wind chimes of the village were a distant memory, replaced by the soft hoot of an owl and the crunch of their own footsteps on a carpet of pine needles. The colors here were the most fractured of all. A patch of moss shone with a faint silver, and a cluster of mushrooms pulsed with a gentle, internal golden light. Finally they arrived at the very center of the spiral, a small, circular grove where the trees formed a perfect ring. In the center of the grove grew a single, magnificent tree, unlike any they had ever seen. Its bark was the color of mother-of-pearl, and its leaves were a shifting tapestry of every color imaginable, though now they were dim, like a stained-glass window with no sun behind it. Wrapped around its base were thin, silvery threads that seemed to pulse with a weak, fading light. At the foot of the tree, curled and trembling, was a small, fox-like creature. Its fur was normally a brilliant, fiery orange, but now it was a pale, washed-out beige. Its large, intelligent eyes were filled with a deep, resonant sadness. It was softly humming the tune of the nursery rhyme. This was no chroma thief. This was the weaver of hues. Finn approached slowly, his movements gentle and non-threatening. He sat a few feet away, not speaking, just observing. He saw how one of the creature's paws was tenderly resting on a root of the great tree, and how with every pained breath it took, a thread of silver light would flicker and dim. The creature wasn't stealing the color, it was connected to it. It was in pain. "Your thread," Finn said softly, his voice barely a whisper. "It's growing thin, isn't it?" The creature looked at him, surprised. It gave a slow, sad nod. It gestured with its nose towards its paw, and Finn, with empathy guiding his eyes, saw the problem. A sharp, dark thorn from a bramble was deeply embedded in its pad, and a faint, shadowy discoloration was spreading from the wound. The thorn of sorrow, Finn thought, another fragment from the old rhymes. The creature's suffering was directly causing the magic of the world to fade. Rowan, with his carver's steady hands, carefully approached. "May I?" he asked the creature. It looked at Finn, then back at Rowan, and hesitantly offered its injured paw. With a delicate touch born of a lifetime of working with fragile things, Rowan extracted the thorn. The moment it was free, the creature let out a soft, shuddering sigh of relief. But the color did not immediately return. The shadowy infection remained. Cora, the weaver, understood. "The thread is still frayed," she said. "It needs to be mended." She reached into her pouch and brought out a small, luminous spindle she always carried, a tool passed down through her family. She didn't know its true purpose until this very moment. She held it out, and a strand of the silvery, fading light from the tree drifted towards it. With practiced, soothing motions, she began to respin the thread, her movements as rhythmic and calming as the ticking of the clock tower. Alara, meanwhile, had brought a basket. From it she took one of her famous honey and sunseed cakes, still warm from her oven. She broke off a small piece and offered it to the weary creature. As it ate, a tiny spark of its natural, fiery orange returned to the tip of its tail. The mending was a communal effort. Finn held the light steady, Rowan supported the creature, Cora respun the threads, and Alara provided comfort and sustenance. As the silver thread grew stronger and brighter, the magic began to flow back into the world. It started in the grove. The mother-of-pearl bark of the great tree of hues began to gleam, and its leaves ignited with 1,000 brilliant colors, casting dancing, prismatic light across their faces. The color washed out from the center of the grove in a gentle, visible wave. The silver moss turned a deep, vibrant green. The golden mushrooms shone like little lanterns. The wave continued through the glimmerwood, restoring the bluebells and buttercups to their proper glory, and then swept into Stillwater itself. Back in the village, people gasped with delight as the crimson returned to their quilts, the gold to their thatch, and the deep blue to the evening sky, now dotted with a full complement of twinkling stars. The clock tower chimed a perfect, clear note that seemed to resonate with the newly restored harmony of the world. The weaver of hues, now restored to its brilliant, beautiful self, nuzzled each of their hands in gratitude. It was the guardian of the world's palette, a gentle spirit who blended the light of the stars with the pigments of the earth, and it had been suffering in silence. Finn and his friends returned to Stillwater as the sun was setting, not with a tale of vanquishing a monster, but with a story of healing a friend. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the simple, powerful act of helping someone in need. That night, the entire village gathered in the square. The air was filled with the scent of Alara's pastries, the sound of laughter, and the gentle, constant music of the wind chimes. The community was closer than it had ever been, bound by the shared wonder of the mystery and the joy of its resolution. They looked at their world with new eyes, appreciating every hue, every chime, every ticking second. And as they all looked up at the now complete tapestry of stars, they saw the constellation of the Weaver, shining brighter than ever before, a permanent map in the sky reminding them that the most powerful magic of all is the kindness woven between friends. The fire crackled, the night was warm, and in the peaceful, colorful silence of Stillwater, everyone drifted into dreams painted in the most vibrant and comforting of hues. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the Little Dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations' sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations' sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief, it was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellation's sigh." Perhaps the constellation's sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks. Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words. Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. Listen closely, she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found. And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean. Above, the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble. He looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip. I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad. You'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper. "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. "The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth." He pointed his stick upwards. "The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing." With Bramble offering steadying advice, "Plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root," and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, "Almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly." Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. "The sky's memory well," Bramble whispered reverently. "But it's empty. That can't be right." Pip fluttered nervously. "It feels sad, like a nest without eggs." Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. "Force won't work here, lad," Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. "This isn't a lock to be broken. It's a sorrow to be understood." Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. "The sky hasn't forgotten something out there," Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. "It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty. It's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall." He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. a stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. "It's okay," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. "It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again." He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. "Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed." Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. "It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things, too." The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf, they were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kalen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kalen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kalen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kalen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kalen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kalen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kalen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kalen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kalen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kalen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kalen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kalen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kalen, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kalen made his way back to his den, as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so, saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kalen drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. In the heart of the whispering glen, where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming night-blooming jasmine, there lay a village so nestled among the hills that it seemed to be cradled by the very earth itself. Here the days were painted with the gentle hues of sunlight filtering through leaves, and the nights were embroidered with a tapestry of stars so bright they felt close enough to touch. The villagers, a kind-hearted lot who tended to their gardens and shared stories by firelight, lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. But lately a peculiar happening had begun to stir the glen with a whisper of mystery, one that tugged at the curiosity of all who dwelled there. It started on an evening when the sky was particularly clear, and the constellations hung like diamond dust scattered by a generous hand. Finn, a young soul with eyes that held the wonder of the world and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves, was sitting on the porch of his cottage, tracing the familiar patterns above. He knew the stars as old friends, the steadfast North Star, the playful arc of the Little Dipper, and the graceful sweep of Cassiopeia. But that night, as the clock tower in the village square chimed 9 times with a deep, resonant tone that echoed through the glen, Finn noticed something amiss. A small, twinkling star from the constellation of Lyra, when he had always greeted with a smile, had vanished without a trace. At first he thought it might be a trick of the clouds or the gentle rain that had fallen earlier, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. But night after night more stars began to disappear, one by one, as if being plucked from the sky by an unseen hand. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, not with fear, but with a growing curiosity that hung in the air like the fragrance of damp earth after a shower. Wind chimes, crafted from polished stones and hollow reeds, tinkled softly in the breeze, their melodies mingling with the concerned murmurs. Some said it was the work of a mischievous spirit, while others whispered of old tales where the stars danced away for a season. But Finn, with his keen observation, felt that there was more to it, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Driven by a sense of empathy for his worried neighbors and a deep love for the glen's tranquility, Finn decided to investigate. He began by spending his evenings perched on a moss-covered log near the edge of the village, notebook in hand, sketching the sky and noting each missing star. His method was gentle. He did not rush or alarm anyone, but instead listened to the stories of the elders and the laughter of the children, hoping to find clues in the everyday rhythms of life. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering on the leaves like a lullaby, Finn sought shelter in the village library, a cozy building filled with shelves of weathered books and the scent of old paper. There he met an elderly woman named Maeve, who spent her days mending quilts and humming nursery rhymes passed down through generations. When Finn mentioned the vanishing stars, Maeve's eyes twinkled with memory. "Ah, the stars have their own stories," she said, her voice as warm as embers. "Did you know there's an old rhyme the children sing? It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain kisses the ground, the stars play hide-and-seek without a sound. Look to the map where the rivers twine, for secrets sleep in the constellations' line." Finn's heart leaped. This felt like a clue woven into the fabric of their culture. He thanked Maeve and hurried to study an ancient map of the glen that hung on the library wall, faded with age. The map showed the winding paths of the forest, the meeting points of streams, and markings that resembled star patterns. As he traced the lines, he noticed that the rivers indeed twined in a way that mirrored the constellation of Lyra, the very one where the first star had vanished. Could it be that the stars were linked to the land itself? With this insight, Finn ventured into the woodland glen, following the path suggested by the map. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hours, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the occasional drip of rainwater from the branches. He walked for hours, his steps light on the soft moss, until he came upon a clearing where a peculiar sight greeted him. A patch of flowers that changed color with the shifting light, from violet at dawn to silver under the moon. It was a delightful discovery, but Finn sensed it was a red herring, a beautiful distraction, for the flowers, while magical, held no direct link to the stars. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a soft weeping from behind a thicket of ferns. Pushing aside the leaves, he found a young girl named Piper, who tended to the glen's beehives. Her face was streaked with tears, and she explained that her favorite beehive, which produced honey that shimmered like starlight, had been disturbed, and the bees were restless. Finn, using his empathy, sat with her and listened. Piper revealed that she had seen strange lights in the sky on the nights the stars disappeared, but she feared no one would believe her. This was another clue, but it also felt like a misdirection. The lights might be unrelated, yet Finn made a note of it, promising to help Piper with her bees another day. Returning to the village, Finn shared his findings with the community. The villagers, intrigued, gathered in the square under the soft glow of lanterns. They decided to work together, combining their knowledge. Old maps were unrolled, nursery rhymes were recited, and children drew pictures of the sky. It was then that Finn remembered something Maeve had said about the constellation patterns being tied to the glen's history. He proposed that they hold a vigil that night, observing the sky from different points along the river twines. As dusk fell, the entire village spread out along the banks of the streams, with Finn leading a group to the highest hill. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of wind chimes and the occasional hoot of an owl. Then, as the clock tower chimed midnight, something miraculous happened. The missing stars began to reappear, not in the sky, but reflected in the still waters of the river junctions, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Finn realized the truth. The stars weren't vanishing. They were being borrowed by the glen itself, as part of an ancient celestial event where the water mirrored the heavens, creating a double sky for a brief period each year. The phenomenon was mentioned in an old tale forgotten over time, a way for the land to renew its magic. The resolution brought the community closer than ever. They organized a stargazing festival, celebrating the glen's hidden wonders. Piper's bees, calmed by the collective joy, produced honey that tasted of moonlight, and Maeve taught the children new rhymes about the stars' playful nature. Finn, through his observation and empathy, had not only solved the mystery, but had reminded everyone of the beauty in working together. As the night deepened, the stars shone brightly once more, and the villagers returned to their cottages, their hearts full. Finn sat on his porch, listening to the gentle rain begin again, and knew that in the whispering glen, every mystery was a thread in the cozy blanket of community, weaving a story that would linger in dreams for generations to come. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who often felt as small and unnoticed as the pebbles along the riverbank. While other children his age raced through meadows with boisterous laughter, Kalen preferred the company of mossy stones and whispering pines. His heart beat in time with the gentler rhythms of the world, the patter of rain on leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the way morning mist clung to the hillsides like a soft gray blanket. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge and painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Kalen sat by the crackling hearth in his family's cottage. The fire popped and sighed, sending dancing shadows across the room. His grandmother, her hands busy with knitting, smiled at him over her spectacles. "You look thoughtful tonight, little one," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I was wondering," Kalen began, tracing the grain of the wooden floor with his finger, "if there are places in this world where quiet things become important." His grandmother's needles stilled. "Oh, there are, but one must know how to look." She leaned closer, the firelight catching the silver in her hair. "Have I ever told you about the Glimmerwood?" Kalen shook his head, curling closer to the warmth. "It's said that deep in the oldest part of the forest there grows a tree whose leaves hold the last light of day. They say that if you find it, and if the tree finds you worthy, it might grant you a single ember that never goes out, a little piece of perpetual twilight." That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the image of that glowing ember filled his dreams. He saw it pulsing softly like a heartbeat in the dark, warm against his palm, a tiny sun he could carry in his pocket. The next morning, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and his warmest cloak, Kalen set out toward the ancient forest. The path was familiar at first, past the babbling brook where he sometimes skipped stones, beyond old Mr. Higgins' sheep pasture, and into the thinning woods where the trees grew taller and closer together. But soon the way became less certain. The sunlight, which had been dappling the forest floor, now struggled to pierce the thick canopy overhead. The air grew cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Kalen walked until his legs ached, following no path but the one his intuition carved. Just as doubt began to creep into his thoughts like evening chill, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, golden glow emanating from behind a curtain of hanging moss. Pushing it aside, he discovered not the legendary tree, but something equally marvelous. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, and upon its forehead a mark that shimmered with a soft, internal light. The fox regarded him with intelligent amber eyes, unafraid. "You're far from the beaten path," it said, its voice like the stirring of dry grass. Kalen, too surprised to be startled, simply nodded. "I'm looking for the tree that holds the daylight." The fox sat, wrapping its bushy tail around its paws. "Many seek it, few understand what they're truly looking for. I am Ember," it said, the glow on its forehead pulsing gently as it spoke. "I was once like you, a seeker. The tree granted my wish to become a guardian of these woods. Can you help me find it?" Kalen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember tilted its head. "I can guide you, but the journey will change you, as all true journeys do. The path to understanding is never the same path one walks in." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet boy and a mystical fox. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Ember taught Kalen to listen, not just with his ears, but with his entire being. "Hear how the birch leaves tremble in a different rhythm than the oak," Ember would say. "Notice how the light changes quality near the willow grove. Every living thing has its own song." Kalen learned to distinguish the subtle music of the forest, the low hum of ancient stones, the whispering chorus of roots beneath the soil, the delicate chime of spiderwebs beaded with morning dew. He began to see patterns in the lichen on north-facing rocks, to understand which mushrooms indicated underground springs, to feel the history in the gnarled bark of elder trees. Days blended into one another, marked only by the gradual deepening of their journey. Kalen shared his bread and cheese with Ember, who in turn showed him which berries were safe to eat and where the clearest water flowed. They slept beneath the stars, huddled together for warmth, with Ember's glowing mark providing comfort in the darkness. One evening, as they rested beside a stream that chuckled over smooth stones, Kalen confessed, "I used to feel invisible, like I didn't matter much." Ember's light pulsed softly. The quietest things often hold the deepest magic. The seed that grows unseen, the root that strengthens in darkness, the heart that loves without demanding attention. These are the forces that truly shape the world. The next day they arrived at a circular clearing where the air hummed with energy. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Kalen had ever seen, its bark silver white, its leaves holding the colors of sunset even though the actual sun was high overhead. This was undoubtedly the tree from his grandmother's story. As they approached, the tree's branches swayed, although there was no wind. A voice, deep and resonant like earth after rain, spoke without words, communicating directly to their hearts. "Why do you seek the everlasting ember, child of the outer world?" Kalen, who had practiced answering difficult questions during his journey, responded honestly. "I thought it would make me feel important, but now I understand that importance isn't about being noticed, it's about noticing." The tree's leaves shimmered approvingly. "You have learned well. But the ember is not a prize to be won. It is a responsibility to be carried. It must be earned through service." "What service?" Kalen asked. "The forest suffers," the tree communicated, its branches drooping slightly. "A darkness has taken root in the heart of the Glimmerwood, not evil but forgetfulness. The creatures have stopped listening to each other's songs. They no longer remember how their lives are intertwined. You must help them remember." Ember nuzzled Kalen's hand. "This is the true test. The darkness manifests as a mist that dulls the senses and separates beings from one another." For 3 days and nights, Kalen and Ember traveled to the affected areas. The forgetfulness mist was indeed spreading. They found birds who had forgotten their migration songs, squirrels who couldn't recall where they'd buried their nuts, and a family of badgers who had forgotten how to dig proper tunnels. Kalen discovered that his quiet nature served him well. While others might have tried to fight the mist with noise and action, he simply sat with the affected creatures, listening to their confusion. He didn't try to solve their problems, but instead helped them remember their own solutions. To the birds, he hummed the melodies he'd learned from listening to the wind through pine needles. Gradually they began to join in, their own songs returning like dawn after a long night. For the squirrels, he drew maps in the dirt based on patterns he'd observed in their behavior, helping them rediscover their hidden stores. With the badgers, he patiently demonstrated digging techniques he'd seen other animals use, until their muscle memory returned. Each small victory pushed the mist back slightly, but the source remained. Following Ember's guidance, they traced the forgetfulness to a cave, where a lonely mountain spirit had been weeping for centuries, its tears creating the confusion mist. "Everyone has forgotten me," the spirit mourned, its form shifting like smoke. "Once the forest creatures would bring me stories and songs. Now I am alone." Kalen approached without fear. "I will remember you," he said simply. "And I will tell others to remember." He sat at the cave entrance and began to sing, a simple song about the interconnectedness of the forest, about how every creature, every plant, every stone had value and was remembered by the world. Ember joined in, its glowing mark brightening the cave. One by one the creatures they had helped arrived, adding their voices to the chorus. The mountain spirit's form solidified into something resembling starlight and moss. Its weeping ceased and the mist began to dissolve, replaced by a gentle, golden light that spread through the forest. When they returned to the twilight tree, it greeted them with branches outstretched. "You have done what many could not. You healed with listening rather than force, with remembrance rather than conquest." From its highest branch, a single leaf detached and floated down, transforming as it fell into a softly pulsing ember that glowed with the warmth of a hearth fire and the colors of sunset. It settled into Kalen's open palm, warm but not hot, light as a feather. "This is now yours to safeguard," the tree communicated. "It will light your way, but its true purpose is to remind you, and those you share it with, that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that remembering one another is among the most powerful magics." The journey back felt both the same and entirely different. The forest Kalen had helped heal now seemed to recognize him. Trees bent their branches slightly as he passed. Animals paused to nod in gratitude. Flowers turned their faces toward the ember's gentle light. When he finally emerged from the forest edge near his home, the first stars were peppering the twilight sky. His grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found it," she said, her eyes on the glowing ember in his hand. "I found more than that," Kalen replied, Ember sitting faithfully at his side. That night, as Kalen lay in his own bed, the ember pulsed softly on his bedside table, casting warm, shifting patterns on the walls. He realized the journey had indeed transformed him, not by making him important in the way he'd imagined, but by teaching him that importance grew from connection, from listening, from remembering. Ember curled at the foot of his bed, its glowing mark synchronizing with the ember's rhythm. "The forest will always remember you," the fox whispered, "and I will always be your friend." Kalen smiled, feeling a peace deeper than any he'd known. He understood now that the magical object wasn't the destination, but the reminder, a tangible representation of the light we carry for each other, the memories we preserve, the friendships that warm us from the inside out. As sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the ember's glow seemed to fill the room with soft, golden warmth. The last thing Kalen heard was the distant, familiar crackle of the hearth downstairs, and Ember's contented sigh as the fox too drifted into dreams. And in that space between waking and sleeping, in the gentle embrace of the light he'd earned not through conquest but through compassion, Kalen understood that the greatest journeys aren't measured in distance traveled, but in the depth of connection forged, and that sometimes the quietest among us hold the most luminous magic of all. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature, a small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Leo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lie, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Leo looked at the Glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. "The heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves." Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. "It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree." Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. "The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust." Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, and how it had lessened here, in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the Glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the wood seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out, and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread, using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago, it slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch, but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is, show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror. "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the two remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin. A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift. A tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely. A dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the dew-keeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come bright and jeweled. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. "Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood." Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he repeated silently, like a mantra. "I am here to help." The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. "That's it." Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. "Your light drives them back. Keep going." Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. the veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, the seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelin decided to uncover the truth. Kaelin was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelin set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelin had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelin had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelin said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelin saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelin knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. My grandmother's cloak, the girl replied. It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak, the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while. Kaylin's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. What's your name? She asked. Lyra, the girl said. I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse. Kaylin smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. Lyra, she said, you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother. Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaylin held out her hand. Come, she said. Let's find another way. Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaylin raised her hand gently. There is no thief here, she said, her voice clear and calm. Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply. She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Alara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. There is another way, she said. A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness. So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaylin had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. Thank you, she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaylin. I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again. Kaylin smiled. You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both. That night as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders. Flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed with inner light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, "but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done." The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. "Plant these where shadows kiss the light," whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, the nights were usually filled with the soft glow of starlight filtering through lace-curtained windows. The villagers measured time not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the ancient clock tower that stood at the center of town, its brass bells singing on the hour with a sound like silver spoons tapping crystal glasses. Wind chimes hanging from every porch played soft melodies with the evening breeze, and lately a gentle rain had been falling each night, its patter on cobblestones and tin roofs composing a lullaby for the entire village. But something peculiar had begun happening in Starfall Hollow. Each morning the villagers noticed another star had vanished from the night sky. Not faded or hidden behind clouds, but truly gone, leaving behind empty patches of darkness where familiar constellations had twinkled for generations. The missing stars left no trace, only a growing sense of wonder mixed with concern, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars watched over them, their gentle light keeping dreams sweet and troubles small. Among the concerned villagers was a young stargazer named Finn, who spent his evenings perched on the roof of his cottage, sketchbook in hand, mapping the heavens. Finn noticed the disappearances first, the absence of little Viga one night, then Sweet Altair the next. He wasn't frightened, but deeply curious. His kind heart worried less for himself and more for the stars themselves. Where could they have gone? And why? Finn decided he would solve the mystery, not with loud proclamations or frantic searches, but with quiet observation and empathy, tools he valued far more than flashlights or loud noises. He began by visiting the oldest places in the village, listening more than speaking. His first clue came from little Alara, the baker's daughter, who sang a nursery rhyme her grandmother had taught her. When the clock tower chimes thrice, the stars roll out like sugar spice. Follow the path where rainbows weep, to where the starling secrets keep. Most dismissed it as childish fancy, but Finn wrote it down carefully in his sketchbook. He noticed the clock tower had indeed been chiming 3 times at midnight lately, though it should only chime once. And the rainbows. Every evening as the gentle rain met the setting sun, tiny rainbows arched over the meadow brook, but they wept, their colors dripping into the water like melted candy. Finn's next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map showed Starfall Hollow as it was centuries ago, with a dotted path leading to Starlight Meadow, a place no one remembered. The librarian, a wise woman with spectacles perched on her nose, murmured that the meadow was probably just a legend. But Finn noticed the path aligned perfectly with the current rainbow arc over the brook. He decided to follow the path one evening, just as the clock tower chimed thrice and the rain began to fall. The rain wasn't cold or harsh, it was warm and sweet-smelling, like honey and lavender. As he walked, Finn noticed other peculiarities. Flowers along the path changed color with each raindrop, from blue to violet to silver, and time seemed to flow backward in small ways. A dropped leaf floated up to rejoin its branch. His own footprints vanished behind him as if erased. These might have been red herrings to frighten someone, but to Finn, they were delightful discoveries. He understood now that the backward-flowing time and color-changing flowers weren't threats, they were clues. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being called. But by whom? Or what? His empathy guided him next. Instead of rushing forward, he sat on a mossy stone and listened. He heard the wind chimes of the village blending with the rustle of leaves. He heard the gentle rain and the distant brook. And then very softly he heard a faint, sorrowful humming. Following the sound, Finn arrived at Starlight Meadow, a place carpeted in silver clover and dotted with luminescent flowers. And there in the center sat a small glowing creature with wings like spun starlight. It was a starling, but not like any bird Finn had ever seen. This one shimmered with the same light as the missing stars, and tears like liquid diamonds fell from its eyes into a small pool at its feet. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet on the damp grass. "Hello," he said softly. "I'm Finn, are you sad?" The starling looked up, its eyes like tiny galaxies. "I am lonely," it replied, its voice like the ringing of distant bells. "Every year when the autumn rains come, I weep for my family far away in the constellation of Lyra. My tears call the stars down to keep me company, but they cannot stay long, and returning home makes them dimmer each time." Finn sat beside the starling, not too close, giving it space. "The villagers miss the stars," he said gently. "They worry about them, but more than that, I think they'd want to help you if they knew." The starling blinked. "Help me, but how? My family is too far for any human to reach." "Perhaps not through distance," Finn said thoughtfully, "but through friendship." He remembered the nursery rhyme, where the starling's secrets keep. The secret wasn't a place, it was loneliness. That night, Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He didn't accuse or alarm, he explained, his voice calm and warm as fireplace glow. He told them about the lonely starling, the backward-flowing time, the weeping rainbows. And he asked for their help. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed thrice and the gentle rain began, the entire village walked the path to Starlight Meadow. They brought with them not tools or weapons, but gifts. The baker brought star-shaped shortbread cookies. The weaver brought a blanket embroidered with constellations. The children brought handmade wind chimes that sounded like laughter. They gathered around the starling, not crowding, but forming a wide, kind circle. One by one, they offered their gifts and their company. The starling, initially shy, soon began to glow brighter, its tears slowing, then stopping altogether. And as the villagers sang an old lullaby together, the same one that had been passed down for generations, the missing stars began to reappear in the sky, brighter than ever before. They hadn't been diminished, they had been replenished by the starling's joy. The starling wasn't lonely anymore. It had a new family in Starfall Hollow. And every year when the autumn rains came, the villagers would join it in Starlight Meadow, sharing stories and songs under a sky now filled with extra brilliance. The clock tower chimed normally again, the wind chipes played sweeter melodies, and the gentle rain continued to fall each night, its sound a reminder that even the saddest tears can water the seeds of new friendships. Finn still sat on his roof each evening, sketching the stars. But now his drawings included a tiny, glowing bird flying among them, and he smiled, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved alone, but shared, like warm blankets on a cool night or stories told beside a crackling fire. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looks sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent podship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow, not with borrowed light, but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was called Kalen, from the planet Veridia, where the very air shimmered with soft green light, and the inhabitants communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin. The other was named Rin, from the crystalline world of Xylos, where thoughts were shared through gentle, bell-like harmonies that chimed in the air around them. Their first meeting happened by chance, when both their small exploration vessels were drawn toward the same shimmering nebula, a place known as the Whispering Vale. Kalen's ship, grown from living wood and threaded with glowing moss, had been caught in a gentle solar tide. Rin's vessel, carved from singing crystal, had strayed too close to a magnetic bloom. Drifting helplessly, they found one another amid the swirling pastels of gas and light, two lonely travelers in the vast and silent deep. At first, they did not know how to speak. Kalen's skin bloomed with worried amber spirals, while Rin's form resonated with a low, uncertain hum. But soon Kalen extended a hand, and from their fingertips drifted a soft blue light, the color of calm on Viridia. Rin in turn chimed a clear, rising note, the sound of greeting among their people. It was not language as either knew it, but something deeper, something understood in the heart before it reached the mind. Together, they guided their damaged ships toward a small, forgotten planetoid nestled within the nebula's embrace. There they discovered a cavern system lined with lucent crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. It was here they decided to build a shelter, not a home for one, but a sanctuary for two. Kalen, with their deep connection to living things, cultivated glowing fungi and star moss in the rich soil near a thermal vent. Rin shaped the crystals with their resonant voice, tuning them until they hummed in harmony, filling the space with a gentle, ever-present music. They called their shared haven the Luminous Hollow, a place where light and sound wove together into something warm, something safe. But not every moment was seamless. There were times when their differences led to confusion and even quiet distress. One afternoon, as Kalen arranged a bed of phosphorescent blossoms in a spiral pattern, a gesture of gratitude in their culture, Rin accidentally stepped through it, thinking it mere decoration. Kalen's skin flushed a deep, bruised violet, the color of sorrow. Rin, not understanding, chimed a questioning tone. It took many soft blue lights and gentle, rising notes before Kalen could show, without words, that the spiral was a gift, a thank you for friendship. Rin, in turn, shaped a new crystal into a perfect spiral and set it glowing at the heart of the garden. They both learned that day, one to tread more carefully, the other to explain with patience. Another time, Rin began to sing a complex, layered melody, a Xylosian lullaby. To Rin, it was a song of comfort. But Kalen, whose people experienced sound as subtle vibrations rather than notes, grew uneasy at the high, piercing harmonies. Their skin paled to a worried gray. It was only when Rin noticed and softened the song into a single, warm tone that Kalen relaxed, their skin returning to its usual soft green. They laughed then, not at each other, but with one another, a shared delight in learning how to care. In the evenings, they would often climb to the highest point of the hollow, where the crystal ceiling thinned to transparency, and sit together beneath a canopy of swirling nebula and distant suns. Kalen's colors would shift slowly, painting stories of forest planets and rain that fell upward. Rin's harmonies wove tales of mountains that rang like bells and skies filled with drifting, musical spores. They did not need a common tongue to share these memories. The feelings flowed between them, a sense of wonder, a touch of homesickness, the quiet joy of companionship. One night, as a particularly bright star pulsed in the distance, Kalen glowed a soft, steady gold, the color of deep affection. Rin answered with a chime so pure and tender, it seemed to hang in the air long after the sound had faded. In that moment, they both understood something that transcended color and song, that kindness needs no translation. It is felt in the gentle touch, the shared silence, the willingness to listen even when words are absent. As seasons turned in that far-off corner of space, their sanctuary grew ever more beautiful. New plants bloomed in response to Rin's music, crystals learned to pulse in time with Kalen's glowing patterns. They had created not just a shelter, but a small world where two cultures had softly, gently become one. And when the day came that their ships were repaired, and the call of home grew strong in both their hearts, they did not say goodbye. Instead, they made a promise, not in words, but in a shared language of light and sound that they alone understood. They would return again and again to the luminous hollow. For they had learned that friendship, once rooted, cannot be undone by distance. It lingers like starlight, traveling across the dark to remind us we are not alone. And so, under the quiet watch of 1,000 distant suns, two friends from separate worlds parted, not with sorrow, but with the quiet certainty that some bonds are written not in words, but in the heart of the universe itself. And in the luminous hollow, the crystals still hum, and the star moss still glows, waiting patiently for their return. In a cozy valley where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew their leaves in polka-dot patterns, there lived three peculiar friends. First was a dragon with scales the color of a stormy twilight, who collected teacups. Not gold or jewels, mind you, but delicate porcelain teacups with floral patterns and gilded edges. His name was Ponder, and his sneezes made little puffs of lavender-scented smoke. His best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a sweater knitted from actual sunset colors and carried a crook that hummed when it rained. Nimbus tended a flock of fluffy, docile clouds that drifted over the valley, occasionally dripping gentle rain that tasted faintly of lemonade. The third friend was a dream painter called Lumina, who carried a palette of soft, glowing colors and painted dreams onto children's windowsills at night. Her brushes were made of dandelion fluff and spider silk, and she always had a pocket full of stardust for particularly vivid nightmares that needed extra softening. One afternoon, the three friends gathered at the upside-down tea shop, where the tables hung from the ceiling and the chairs clung to the floor, and the teapots poured upwards. Ponder was particularly excited. He had just added a splendid new teacup to his collection, one with butterflies that seemed to flutter when steam rose from the tea. "Oh, it's simply splendid," Ponder exclaimed, holding the cup delicately between his claws. "I found it near the Whispering Wells, where the puddles reflect yesterday's weather." Nimbus nodded, sipping his tea which, true to the shop's nature, flowed upward into his mouth. "Lovely," he murmured. "But my clouds have been acting rather peculiar today. They keep hiccuping." As if on cue, one of Nimbus's clouds drifted too close to the tea shop and let out a soft hic-hic whoosh, releasing a shower of tiny, shimmering raindrops that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Lumina smiled, stirring her tea with a brush. "Perhaps they've caught a case of the giggles," she suggested. "It's going around. I had to paint extra laughter into little Milo's dream last night." But just then, Ponder felt a tickle in his snout. "Oh dear," he said, his nostrils twitching. "I think I'm about to achoo." Now, a dragon's sneeze is no small thing. This one came with a puff of lavender smoke and a sound like a confused trumpet, honkeshom, and it sent Ponder's new teacup flying from his claws. The cup soared through the air, spinning gracefully, before landing right side up on a floating saucer that had been drifting lazily near the ceiling. For a moment, everything was still. Then the butterflies on the cup began to flutter in earnest, and the teacup lifted gently into the air, floating like a tiny, porcelain hot air balloon. "Oh my," said Ponder, his eyes wide. "I didn't know it could do that." Nimbus chuckled. "It seems your sneeze enchanted it." But their amusement turned to concern when the teacup drifted out the open window, bobbing merrily on the breeze. The three friends rushed outside, which, in the upside-down tea shop, meant climbing down from the ceiling and up from the floor, and watched as the cup floated toward the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled on the inside of the branches. "We must retrieve it," said Ponder anxiously. "It's one of my favorites." So off they went, following the floating teacup on its whimsical journey. Nimbus whistled, and one of his clouds, a particularly fluffy one named Cumulo, drifted down to carry them. They climbed aboard, and Cumulo set off with a soft whoosh, floating after the enchanted cup. As they sailed over the backwards river, which flowed from the sea to the mountains, much to the confusion of the fish, they noticed something odd. The teacup seemed to be leaving a trail of sparkling, steam-like mist behind it. Where the mist touched the water, the river burbled happily and began flowing sideways for a moment before remembering itself and continuing backwards. "It's causing quite the stir," Lumina observed, her dream painter's eyes noticing the way the mist made the world just a little dreamier. Soon they reached the inside-out forest. The trees were indeed inside out, with the smooth, pale wood on the outside and the rough bark hidden within. The leaves rustled softly from inside the trunks, creating a sound like far-away whispers. The teacup floated gently between the trees, occasionally pausing as if admiring the view. But then disaster. Well, a very gentle, silly disaster. The cup drifted too close to a sneezy, snapping tulip, a flower that, when approached, would let out a pollen sneeze that sounded like a tiny achoo-boing. The tulip sneezed, and the burst of pollen sent the teacup spinning off course, right into a thicket of giggle grass. Now giggle grass is exactly what it sounds like, grass that giggles when touched. As the cup landed among the blades, the whole patch erupted into soft, tinkling laughter. Tee-hee-hee-hick. The grass giggled so hard that it tangled around the teacup, holding it fast. "Oh dear," said Ponder, as they landed Cumulo nearby. "However will we get it out?" Nimbus tried using his crook to gently untangle the grass, but the grass just giggled harder and wrapped itself tighter. Lumina attempted to paint a calming dream onto the grass, but the giggles were too contagious, and soon she was chuckling too. Ponder had an idea. "Perhaps if I sneeze again," he suggested. "The first sneeze made it float, maybe another will reverse it." So he concentrated, thinking of ticklish feathers and fuzzy caterpillars, until he felt a sneeze building. Chew. This sneeze was even more powerful than the last. It came with a burst of peppermint-scented smoke and a sound like a kazoo being sat on, FOOMP honk. The force of it blew the giggle grass flat, and the teacup, freed from its tangled prison, shot straight up into the air. But now it had too much energy. Instead of floating gently, it zipped around like a confused bumblebee, buzzing past their heads and leaving loops of sparkly mist in its wake. "It's gone hyper," cried Nimbus, ducking as the cup whizzed by his ear. Lumina watched the cup's chaotic path, her head tilted. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think it's not the sneeze that's the problem. It's their excitement. The cup is overstimulated." Ponder blinked. "Overstimulated? How do we calm down a teacup?" "With tea, of course," Lumina replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So they hurried back to the upside-down tea shop, with a hyperactive teacup zipping and zooming behind them. Once there, Ponder quickly prepared a pot of his most soothing tea, sleep-a-time lavender with a hint of honeyed moonbeam. As the tea steamed upwards from the pot, Lumina gently guided the frantic cup with her brush, herding it toward the soft, rising steam. The cup hesitated, then dipped slightly, as if sniffing the aroma. Slowly it descended until it was hovering right above the teapot, basking in the warm, calming vapors. The butterflies on its surface stopped their frantic fluttering and began to move in slow, graceful patterns. The sparkly mist trailing behind it faded to a gentle glow. With a soft plink, the cup settled onto the table, right side up and perfectly calm. Ponder let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. He carefully poured tea into the cup, and they all watched as the steam rose in lazy curls. Nimbus smiled. "It just needed a little stillness," he said. Lumina nodded. "Sometimes when things get too hectic, all we need is a warm cup of tea and a quiet moment." They sat together, sipping tea as the upside-down shop gently swayed. Outside, Nimbus's clouds drifted peacefully, no longer hiccuping. The backwards river flowed serenely on its confusing but cheerful path, and the inside-out forest whispered its inside-leaf secrets. That night, as Lumina painted dreams onto windowsills, she made sure to include a little floating teacup in each one, drifting calmly through a starlit sky. And if the children smiled in their sleep, well, that was exactly as it should be. And so, in that valley where rivers flowed backwards and trees wore polka dots, three friends learned that even the most frantic of days could be softened with patience, friendship, and a good cup of tea. The fire crackles softly now, and the stars twinkle outside your window. May your dreams be gentle, and your rest be deep. Good night. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the Lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the Lumina's leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here," Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened.